Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm just gonna start early because otherwise I'm just gonna keep bouncing up and down, getting stuff that I don't need and filling this chair and a half full of everything. So, because trust me, that's what I've been doing for the last 10 minutes is sitting down, putting something in this chair with me, and then going, oh, wait, I forgot something. So I'm just going to go ahead and get us started here. So, good morning to you. I have not put what book I'm reading because I'll get to that in a minute. There's a lot going on. So I know there's already a couple of people who are here or maybe floating around. So I will go ahead with the comments and then we'll just see what happens as people join and I can babble on. So hello Christina if you're still in here and not bouncing around somewhere else. So she says hi, hope everyone is well. I'm listening to Salt and Broom. I just found out this morning, last night, that is a Jane Eyre retelling. Is that accurate? Are you liking it? Because I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by all these retellings and want to know more. And so she's doing that while drinking some coffee and adulting. I hear you. And sharing a double shot of productivity with the like button. That's nice. You can share that double shot with me as well, both of the double shot and the productivity, because I could use that. And then hello, is it Ars Magical Liborum? Very nice. I don't think I've seen you here before, so hello, welcome. And today you want to finish the last 150 pages of your CR. What is a CR? It's a reread, so that should be possible. So that sounds good. So hope you get to finish it. And knit on socks. Nice. I'm a knitter too, so I love that. Tell me about your socks in the chatty bits since it's the first day you can knit again since your little injury. Oh, I'm sorry you were injured, but I'm glad you can knit again. And you know what? I have on my little knit hat here. So this is a Elizabeth Zimmerman. Yes, I can see the book from here. Knitting Insanity, because if you've ever knit anything by her, like just solving her pattern is half the problem, and they're always the weirdest things. And then I also brought over, because I was thinking about knitting, my favorite things that I have ever knit. So for those of you who knit, so these were socks that were made in the round, or they're not socks, clearly. My foot doesn't look like this. These are mittens. They were made in the round. They started with the thumb, and literally I knit like a circle around the thumb, like this. It was the weirdest thing. It looked like a turkey. There is a seam here on the edge. Also, this yarn was also the most amazing yarn ever. I love these mittens. They are literally my favorite mittens. They are awesome to wear and they just look amazing. And they were the one of the most fun things I ever knit with sock yarn. Anyway, moving on. Good morning, James. Hello, reading The Things We Do to Our Friends. Ooh, that sounds kind of dark. Is that a dark read? Let me know. Ciara's thank you. Thank you. Okay, currently reading. Makes sense. Makes sense. You pronounced it right, but you can call me Izzy. Very well, Izzy. Welcome. Currently reading is currently read, and oh my gosh, I love the rainbow. Yes, I loved the rainbow striping yarn as well, and the way it's striped in these gloves while I was knitting it, like literally, I did it in my knitting circle that I was in at the time, and we'd all just sit there and watch for a while. It was the best. It was the best. Sorry, Christina, I skipped your comment. Yes, it is a witchy retelling of Jane Eyre. Okay, I might need to add that to my list. I forgot to. I have my pen, and I forgot to bring my paper over. I'll have to fix that on the break. I am liking it. Jane Eyre in this one. Interesting. Okay, I like how they did that. Pretty mittens. Thank you. I love them. And it's a mystery thriller. You're only 27 pages in. Okay, so you're not sure. Sure, that's fair enough. Hoping to get at least halfway through today. Okay, well, hopefully we can start that here and see how that goes. So, okay, so that's the end of the comments for now. I know I'm starting early, and I also know that like YouTube doesn't tell you that somebody started until like 15 minutes after they've started. And I'm like, I've missed all the opening juicy bits. Thanks, YouTube. Anyway, I will share the first thing that I am reading if I can find it in my chair, things are getting eaten here, is The House of Seven Gables. And I am reading this as part of Nathaniel, which is being hosted by Sarah on Bell's Library. And I just found out last night that this house that's in the background on the cover of my book is an actual house that exists in New England, which I'm like, of course it does, because I feel like that's where all the creepy houses are. But you can actually go and visit it. There's like a museum in it and everything. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that, but I don't know. Temptation. Temptation. Christina says she is named after a Scottish river heir. Okay, makes sense. Oh, keep skipping your comments. Good morning, Bree. Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. What you reading this morning? Drinking coffee and reading How Does It Feel? Is that the one that's like part of a series that has like flowers and like different pretty things on the covers? I don't know if that was a good enough description for you to know what I'm talking about, but is that what your cover looks like? Christina, always go back and listen to the opening when that happens, but that is why Vanessa created the database too. Yes, I agree. Christina's talking about just in terms of figuring out the reading sprints. Yeah, I usually end up having to do that too if I haven't been paying attention and just get the notification. I don't know why YouTube does that. And Christina's saying good morning to Bree. And Bree's saying, sounds like a book trip to me. I know, I thought that, but then the book's kind of creepy and it talks about how the house is supposed to be haunted. And then I'm like, I've mentioned how like I'm scaredy cat. So then I'm like, do I really want to go on that trip? I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to read more about it. I just looked at the pictures and didn't really read anything about what it was saying. And Bree's saying good morning to Christina. And Bree saying it's by Jeanne O'Reilly. It's part of a series, the Infatuated Fae series. Okay, no, then I don't think it's the book that I'm thinking of because the book that I'm thinking of, I think, is just like contemporary romance. So Christina says, how does it feel? Does that connect with does it hurt? See, we're all trying to place this. Ha ha ha, absolutely not, Christina. Okay. Good morning, Jaleesa. Jaleesa saying hello to everyone. And I just love the hellos. I don't know about you guys, but like so many of us go to like the same streams and stuff that it's fun to say hello. But just know if like I don't say hello to all of you in a stream or something, it's just because I feel like I'm in somebody else's live stream and I feel bad taking up like their chats that they might be reading with just like my hellos to everybody in the chat. So when I say hello to everyone, I usually do see you all. I just don't want to be like, hi Lisa and Bree and Christina and Coda and but do that in my chat because I love that and I'll at least show that you're all saying hi to each other because I think that's cute and I just love it and I love doing it to other people. So Susan, glad I found your channel and you're doing great. Thank you, Susan. Oh, and you're reading a fairy tale by Stephen King. Okay, I have that. It's like probably somewhere on that shelf in the background. No, it's not. It's now over here on this cart. There's a whole explanation. But anyway, how are you liking it, Susan? Because I clearly own it, and it's now in my reader unhaul because I need to make a decision about that sometime in the near future. So please, inquiring minds want to know. Christina says, haha, and good morning to Jaleesa. And she corrected it to say good. And Bree says, does it hurt? It's a very weird dark romance. Oh, okay. Vanessa, which makes sense based on the title. Vanessa convinced Christina to read, so that is why it is so funny, but I could totally see why you'd think they would connect. Yeah. Makes sense. And Jaleesa says, hello, Christina. How are you? Yes, Christina, let us know how you are. Is okay, question of the day. Is everybody like free of snow? Are you like dug out? Do you are the pipes working? Is the heat on? Is electricity? Like, is everybody okay? Because I know we were all like freezing and going through some stuff last week. And Izzy says, "Ooh, sorry. I love the haunted places, but I'm also super superstitious. So I always wear one sock inside out to protect me." Interesting. I have never heard of that superstition. That's an interesting one. And Christina says she's good. She has coffee. Yep. Cheers. I hear you there. And Susan says fairy tale is good, enjoying it so much, and it's a fantasy. Right. That is why I figured I could read it. I'm, like I said, a scaredy cat. So I thought Stephen King would be like a never read author for me. And then I started hearing more over the last year about how not all his books are horror and that kind of thing. Like I know I heard that fairy tale is supposed to be a fantasy. I heard that 11 26 66, whatever, 11 23 66, the one with John F. K was more like historical fiction slash time travel, maybe sci-fi. The question that I do have, because I'm realizing this bothers me even in fantasy, is it still gory? Because I'm realizing I also don't like a lot of graphic things on the page, despite the fact that I own Battle Royale. We're just gonna ignore that contradiction there and just go with it as a general rule of thumb. Nikki says, "Hi, hi, Nikki. You're new here. Yes, you are. You're welcome. And homesick from work today with a massive headache. I'm so sorry. Hopefully, you will be able to read a little bit, or at least just be able to like relax. And I hope your headache goes away. I'm a huge I get migraines, so I can relate to that. And I am a Excedrin migraine works for me, and I don't care how many times they recall it. I don't advise that. I'm just admitting where I'm at. And James says, no snow here, but we're being haunted by Storm Isha. Oh, is that a like winter storm, a storm off of a coast? I haven't heard about this. I'm not following all my weather. Nikki, it's surprisingly sunny here today. Very nice. It's sunny here too, as you can tell by like the super shininess on my face. I have snow on my deck, and so I've had to close the shades, and that's only doing so much. Okay, here is Scotland. Okay, so is that a coastal storm then that you guys are getting? I hope you're safe there in Scotland, where I've always wanted to visit. I'm now picturing beautiful things. Jaleesa, it's cold and rainy, no snow. I'm holding onto the bed. Yeah, I hear that. And maybe I should get some coffee to get me going. Yeah, might help. And John says 11 22 63. Okay, I was getting closer and closer each time, John, but I was not there. So thank you. I could picture the cover, but clearly not the numbers, other than I knew the first one was 11. Fairy Tale is not a normal Stephen King, but not all his books are horror. Right. And Izzy says the snow has melted, but now there are storm warnings and it's raining cats and dogs. So let's see how that will play out. Yeah, we're supposed to have really weird weather where I am this week, where we're supposed to go from, it's been like in the 20s and 30s. And then I think in 2 days' time, we're supposed to be in 50s. And then the next day will be 60. And then it's supposed to rain at the end of this week. So our snow is going to last like a hot second, and really and then it's going to be hot at least compared to where we've been. Stephen King has not been hitting with me. Maybe I will try out Fairy Tale, and I still need to read 11 22 63. Yeah, I've heard they're in some ways very different. I did hear 11 22 63 does still have what to me sounded like some of the violence and gore, but I don't know how much of it is on page. So I haven't read it. I don't own it anymore, in fact. Angela, hello, Angela. We have ice on the ground today, so work has been canceled. Well, good for work being canceled, bad for ice on the ground. Hope that doesn't cause anybody any problems. I guess that means more time wrapped in a blanket for me. Yes, yes. Wrapped in a blanket, reading, tea, coffee, whatever you like. Coziness. Christina says, no, Fairy Tale reminds me of almost a Wizard of Oz feel. Oh, wow, that's really different than what I was thinking. Okay, Christina, you've gotten me excited about that now, because I've been just worried. And I know it's a portal fantasy, so that actually makes a lot of sense to me. Susan, it has a dark side, but not too gory. This is regarding fairy tale. Okay. Historically, fairy tales have a dark side, but nothing too bad. That's fine. And I don't mind if they're dark. Like, there's usually a villain, right? So there's got to be some darkness in it, and usually a lot until the end. So I can deal with that, but not too gory. Okay. All right. All right. You guys, and Christina agrees. Yes, Wizard of Oz. Okay. Okay. I'm getting excited now. Not so concerned. Maybe it'll move back up to the main bookshelf. We'll see. It's a gust storm. Okay, okay. Well, I hope every you stay safe and that nothing too major happens and that, the wind just does its job in nature, like, help trees get rid of leaves that are holding them back and that kind of thing. Christina, we have I like how it's like now the word that we're not totally going to say here. Yeah, if anyone wants some. No, that's okay. I'll pass. How much snow did you end up getting, or do you have at the? Yeah, no. How much snow did you end up getting? Because how much snow you have now just depends on what the melt and all that's doing. But how much snow did you get total over the last week? Do you know? Jaleesa, yes, Stephen King writes in a lot of genres. Not all of his books are gory. Try one of his short stories collections if you haven't done so. It's a good idea. I haven't thought about that, Jaleesa. I'll have to look into that. But it would have to be a short story collection that's still not scary because I still can't do scary. And I will never read it because, like, clowns are one of the things that I come closest to having a phobia of. Like, my actual phobia is cockroaches. I can't. If Stephen King wrote a novel that was just cockroaches, like Attack of the Killer Cockroaches, I'd die. I'd just die. 11/22/63 has to do with JFK and the day he died. Yes, I have heard that part. Hit the like, everybody. Aw, thanks, Susan. You're so sweet. And John says, I have never finished Fairy Tale, but knowing him and it being about a boy and his dog, it could be sad at the end. Oh no, don't tell me that, John. Like, not the dog. Uh, I can't handle that. I remember I read this book, and I won't tell you which ones, and I won't name the animals because it might also give it away. But there were two animals in it. And I could tell that the author was going to kill one of them off. And then he killed the other one that I wasn't thinking was going to die. And then the first one died out of heartbreak. And I sobbed. I sobbed my eyes out. And I was like, that's mean. You shouldn't do that. Hello, Sandra. Is it Sandra or no? We had this conversation last time. It's Sandra, right? Top of the morning. What's everyone reading? I started Flee North, a forgotten hero and fight for freedom in slavery borderland. Ooh, it's historical nonfiction about Thomas Smallwood. Okay, see, regretting not bringing my pen. I'm writing that down. I will probably have to ask you and whoever's reading the Jane Eyre retelling to tell me the names of your books again. Oh my gosh, when I lived in South Carolina, these were, yeah, no. Okay, yep. See, Bree, I know about those palmetto bugs because we had them when I lived in Arizona. And that's just a lie. They're cockroaches that people are trying to make sound like a pretty bug. Like, those things are disgusting. They're huge, I swear. And ours flew. Did yours fly? Ours flew. And uh, uh, I'm moving on now. We can't talk about it anymore. Oh gosh. Christina says the last week it has been calmer, but we got 4 feet in a few days. Yeah, that's what I was thinking based on what you were saying. Now we have icicles as big around as a man's arm and up to 6 feet long. Okay, that's super dangerous. So stay safe, knock them down, do what you got to do. Yeah, craziness. Yeah. eh, See, Brie knows. It's a big cockroach that comes inside. Yes, yes. Okay, Brie. See, we can now relate over this because I agree. Like, I don't know who thought calling it a palmetto bug. Like, no, cockroach. Just call it what it is. Just call it what it is. So, yep, not even saying that second word, but I agree. Yeah, no, no. I went out to my garbage can one night, and I think a squirrel must have gotten into our garbage can because the ones around here, they just eat through our garbage cans and, like, get into your garbage. And I think that had happened and it had opened one of our garbage bags and we didn't realize it. And then it was like warm one day and then rained one night and I pulled into my driveway and just just imagine. It was like a nightmare. And Sandra said, "Don't watch Nightmare on Elm Street." Oh my. Okay, I already can't watch Nightmare on Elm Street. I grew up watching it as a kid, and, like, I still can picture I'm not even gonna say his name. I can still picture his face to this day. So combining that, which was one of my most, like, nightmarish characters, because then it was about not having nightmares, and I had nightmares, and then you add cockroaches to it? No, why'd you even tell me about that? Jaleesa, it is good. If you zoom out, it is a story. No, mm-mm. It can be a story about whatever it wants, but I'm telling you, those clowns, man. Which reminds me of this funny story. So my son, when he was like 2.5, 3, something like that, started having an imaginary like friend or, pretending. Like people never tell you that when your kids have imaginary friends, that can get creepy. So the first time he imagines something, we're like reading this little book, and he's like, "Oh, mommy, there's a scarecrow." And there's like no scarecrow in this picture page that we're looking at. I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Where? I don't see one." And he was like, "Over there." And he like points towards the door, and I'm like, "We're gonna die." Like this is it. I refuse to look. It's all over. I love you, kid. I'm like, "What do you mean there's a scarecrow over by the door?" Yeah, anyway. So yeah, no. And he was trying to be like, "I think it's our friend." And I'm like, "No, run, kid. I'm throwing you out the window. It's not a friend." Anyway, Jaleesa says, at least that's how the book was for her. And definitely ate the meat and left the bone with that. Okay, well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, no, not for me. Good morning, Donna. She says, morning, just sent the youngest to his bus, kicked Hubs out for running around to do, swept and mopped and journaled. Wow, good job. And how are you? I'm doing well, thank you. What are you reading this morning? Sounds like you've already got a good start to the day, or what are you doing this morning if you're not reading? Christina said, good morning to Donna as well. Bree said, laugh out loud. Sorry to bring it up again. I'm traumatized. Yes, yes. That is the only thing about Arizona I did not like. And one of the things that I loved about moving was when we moved to where we live now, I was like, wow, I can finally sit on the floor without worrying about crushing a cockroach, being stung by a scorpion, or having a black widow crawl by. Sitting on the floor was like, wow, it's so nice. And those black things on the sidewalk aren't palmetto bugs. John, I am reading School is Out Forever by James Patterson, book 2 in the Maximum Ride series. How are you liking that? I remember you picked that out in a sprint a few days ago. Are you enjoying it? Hello, Stargater. Good morning. I don't think I've seen you here before. Good morning. I'm reading Grilled for Murder by J.C. Eaton, a NetGalley pick. Okay. How is it? Sounds is it is it a is it a parody? Because it almost sounds like it could be. Good morning, Heather. She says, good morning. I started the Scarlet Pimpernel. I just read that with my family book club a couple of months ago, 2 months ago, maybe. I'm only on chapter 1, but I like classics set around the French Revolution. That's such fodder for storytelling. Have you read? That's the only one that I have read by her. So, and you know, I, I have feelings about that book. I feel like the beginning is super slow and you're kind of like, what on earth is happening? And I feel like some aspects are somewhat predictable. Have you read this one before? I really liked the end though. And my family who does not like classics, they started out kind of like, what are you having us read? And by the end, their minds were blown. They loved it. They were eating it up. It's a nice short book too. Donna says, hi, Christina. Good morning. Christina says, it is supposed to rain this week, but the temp will be just above freezing during the day. So your roads are going to be bad. I'm sorry, Christina. All right, let me quickly get through the rest of these comments so we can get to our first sprint. Let me know if you want us to do a 30 or a 45-minute sprint to start. And Stargater is asking, I usually go until about 2 o'clock because usually by then my son gets home and then there's too much action going on here and where I have to go pick him up. So we'll be sprinting for a while. And Susan says palmetto bugs fly. Yes, yes, they do. Yep. Nikki says, love that we started this cockroach. Oh no, I'm sorry, Nikki. No, we'll stop. We'll stop. No more. No more. She's making her lunch. And that just reminds me of this. I'm not even going to talk about it because you're making lunch. Enjoy your lunch. If you want a story about lunch and bugs, it was a movie. Remind me later. Jaleesa, I'll be working and reading something in between. Not sure what. I'm a mood reader. Sounds good. Donna says we are supposed to get 5 to 10 centimeters of snow tomorrow. Oh, it's still coming, huh? Jaleesa, no, Nicole, kids are already creepy, adding the imaginary friend. Yeah, yeah, no, I'm telling you. It was crazy. Christina says, sorry about your lunch, Nikki. I know, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's fine, it's fine, it'll be fine. Donna says, I will be listening to Warcross by Marie Lu while I start my 2024 reading journal planning. Sounds good? Warcross sounds interesting. Christina, haha, Jaleesa, yeah. Reading beyond the book cover. Okay, Christina would like 45 minutes. Grilled for Murder is a cozy mystery. Okay, I was thinking that. I was like, there's got to be some twist on the murder because it doesn't sound like a straight out thriller to me. Um, we are done. I am so, yeah, no, we are. We're not going back to it. John said, Under the Dome is another non horror story. It is more sci fi. I've watched the show, but not read it yet. Yeah, Under the Dome sounds super interested to me. And it was the first Stephen King book that I ever truly thought about reading. But then somebody told me that it was very gory. And I've learned I really like it's not that I can't handle it, I just don't enjoy it after a while. Hello, Lynn. Good morning. She'll be finishing up nonfiction, Beautiful Country. Oh, tell me what Beautiful Country is about because that sounds familiar. Lynn's up for 45 minutes. Stargate says 45 minutes. 2 p.m. is great. Great. Glad to hear it. Yeah, no, we're not talking about those anymore. Sorry, Lynn. Nikki's trying to eat her lunch. I'm not even going to read the comment. Jaleesa, I heard they sometimes will stand at the foot of the bed and stare at you while sleeping. Yes, she means small kids, not the other things that we're not talking about, because that's what I thought you meant at first, Jaleesa. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah, there's nothing more terrifying than waking up to your kids staring at you. John, I am liking it now. I'm liking it. It's now X-Men with Kids Meet Teen Wolf. Oh, that's that's really interesting sounding. Okay, I'm gonna have to write your book down too. Hi, Vanessa. Just found your channel. I'm looking forward to morning sprints. Well, good morning, Vanessa, and welcome. And we're looking forward to it too. And it sounds like everybody would like 45 minutes. So I'm thinking that's what we're going to do. And Christina says, yes, kids will stand there staring at you, watching you sleep, and then they cuddle you. Yep, 45 minutes, 45 minutes. It's a memoir about a family of immigrants from China. Okay, I know what I'm spending part of my 45 minutes doing, and it's apparently going to be going back and writing down these book comments because they sound really good. So, oh, I'm just realizing, yeah, I'm ready to sprint, but have I pulled up the timer? No. Let me get that so that we can actually get to our sprint. I haven't set it up or anything. So, I'm going to be reading. What am I reading? Mm, I'm going to be reading my audiobook to start, and that is The House of Seven Gables. I'm trying to like talk and type at the same time, guys, and clearly I'm only doing it so successfully. Yeah, to get this set up. I think that's it. Okay, so let me share my screen and then we are going to go and we are going to, yeah, so I'm going to be listening to the audiobook, The House of Seven Gables. Um, just one chapter because that's all I've been able to manage so far. Okay, here we go. So there's our timer. I'm going to go ahead and get started. and I will see you all after the sprint is over. Enjoy your reading. Okay, hello, come on back. How did that go? How was your sprint? What did you read? What did you get through? I made sure I wrote down all the interesting books you guys mentioned, and I listened to my chapter of The House of Seven Gables. And yeah, I'm gonna have a review of that book. I'm so torn. I have so many feelings and thoughts about it. Um, but I did get through that pretty quickly, and I'm now doing my daily reading in Eye of the World. This is my first time ever reading the Wheel of Time series, and basically based on when I started, I have to read about 38 pages a day. So I do a little bit more or less of that each day, just depending on where the chapter breaks are sometimes. And that'll have me finished by the end of this month. I am on chapter 31. So it's going pretty well. This is actually way better than some of the reviews I've heard about it have been. So I would definitely say if you've thought about trying this, definitely give it a try. That would be my review of it so far. So let's get into the comments. I know a couple came in right as I was starting the sprint. So Jaleesa was still laughing at Christina and saying that they need to use their words. I don't remember who we were talking about at that point. I think it was children being next to your bed and not creeping you out. John said, to read it, you have to read book one. He is reading, I wrote it down, School's Out Forever, which is part of a series, and he related it to Teen Wolf and X-Men, which sounds amazing to me. Is that right, John? Did I like mix all of those things up? I'm pretty sure that's what you said. The Angel Experiment is book one. Okay, good to know. And Rita said, good morning. Good morning, Rita. Thanks for coming on. How are you this morning? What are you working on? I know you're always like super productive. And Brittany says, hello, hello, Brittany. Just getting started on editing. Okay, well, hope that went well. Did you get through quite a bit? I know, like, editing, I did not realize this until I started my own channel. Editing, it's a commitment. It takes time, guys. Christina said, laugh out loud. Yes, to Lisa. Ha ha ha. And she said hello to Brittany. And Kiana is here. Good morning, Kiana. Going to get the kids off to school and go back to bed. That sounds fabulous. You definitely do that. And Teresa says, hi. Hi, Teresa. And everyone just joining and finishing the Children's Blizzard. Okay, I haven't heard of that book, Teresa. Tell me about it. That is a very intriguing title. And speaking of that, um, I'm going to switch to one of my favorite things, which is what is the first line in the book you are currently reading? I am always curious to hear about that and want to know. You can put that up now, or you can put it up as we go into the next sprint. And before we go into the next sprint, I will share what mine is. Sandra says, y'all enjoy your reading the rest of your day. You too. Thanks for swinging by. Hello, Sherry. She says, hey, y'all. Waiting on the plumber and hoping to finish the 45 guardsmen. We've talked about this, Sherry, right? That's like book two in the Three Musketeers series, which until I got the Three Musketeers, never even realized that was a series. So how's the 45 guardsmen going? Bree says, gonna head downstairs to do the dishes and get started on the floors. Might miss the chatty part, but we'll be back leaving up though. Okay, awesome, Bree. Totally know how that is. I do that too. And I always think, no, I'm gonna make it back before the break. And then yeah, nope, doesn't happen. So Lynn says, I have 36 pages left of Beautiful Country. Okay, sounds like it's going well. Have you enjoyed it? It really sounds interesting to me. Like, I definitely want to read that. And I feel like I'm going to have to look up the cover because I feel like I've seen it before. Hello, ST Houston. What is your first name, if you don't mind sharing? Because I feel like I don't know that yet. And I keep like just barely missing your sprints. Hi, streaming right now. Yes, she is. So go over, say hi. But stopping in to say hi and make friends with the like button. Thank you. Yes, and I believe she does writing sprints, reading, writing, productivity, blah, blah, but I believe that she is a writer. So Definitely go out and check out her channel. Rita said, super productive. Yay! Half through video edits and getting laundry moved around. I love Mondays. I hear you about Mondays. But sprints with friends like helps make it better, I think. On Mondays and every day, really. Donna says, just got my front page of reading journal drawn out and was at chapter 3 and made it to chapter 6. Oh wow. You got a good way through then. And she says, love the Wheel of Time. Just did a show on another channel where we talked about the book and the TV adaptation, Vixen of Fiction, Nia. Okay, and that's the channel name. Okay, cool. I'll have to go and check that out, especially like once I finish this first book. Will admit I am not a good series reader, so will this potentially be the only Wheel of Time book I read? Maybe. We'll see. To be determined. Ashley, hello, Ashley. Welcome to my channel. I don't think I've seen you here before. Going to join y'all and try and read a little to see if it lifts my moods. Okay, well, I hope so. I hope so. I hope you find a good book that is like just the right read for now and what you need. And John says, got to chapter 43 of School's Out Forever and had breakfast. Yum. What did you have for breakfast, John? We all want to know. We're all nosy and like to think of ideas for ourselves. Susan said, had a good first read, but I have to go run a couple of errands. I'll be back. Sounds good, Susan. Get all your errands done. Rita introduced me to your channel. Oh, thanks, Rita. How nice. Yeah, I've been seeing your channel here and there, and then it's always at odd times. Well, not your channel, your sprints. So I need to go check out your channel now that I'm saying that. Rita said, oh, I still have to watch that. The video is in my queue. I know my watch later is just getting longer and longer, but that's okay because that's what I spent a lot of time doing last night was catching up on my watch later. And I think I got almost to the bottom of it. I got a bit of editing done and then took a moment to film a vlog clip. Nice. And it was a good chat. Good. I'm looking forward to listening to it. Christina said, I got through 30 pages and journaled, also still working on getting all this stuff sorted. And I started rearranging the main room on Saturday, still trying. So are you rearranging? I've seen you mentioning this in comments. So are you trying to like rearrange the furniture and just do a totally different layout? Did you get new pieces of furniture? Are you changing the purpose of the room? Like, give me some deets. And Rita's sharing some hearts. Very nice. And Christina is saying, hi, Shannon. Okay, SD Houston, are you Shannon? Is that what it is? And Liz says, my story, oh, and this is her story. My story starts decades before my birth. Ooh, I like that. That reminds me of almost the opening of David Copperfield, but not quite. Donna, first line, it's too damn cold of a day to be out on a hunt. Nice. I like that. I like that. I feel like that sets a really like clear tone for the book. And Izzy says, had a shower, read 18 pages, and chatted with my mom because I get some lentil soup for lunch. Yum. Best thing for this weather. That does sound good, Izzy. Yeah. I like a good lentil soup. Like, I always feel like I'm not going to for some reason. And then I have it, and I'm like, why don't I eat this more often? And Sherry says it's book 3 of the Valois trilogy, and I'm liking it so far. Okay. Okay. You were reading one from, were you reading Queen Margot or one of the books in that series, or was that somebody else? But yeah, love those trilogies. Okay, Shannon. Okay. I did connect it correctly. Yay. Lynn says it is interesting. I think it was a book of the month pick a few years ago. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. And Shannon says, hi, Christina. Speaking of the Book of the Month Club, I really want to do Book of the Month Club, but there's two things, because I love the idea of like getting a book every month in the mail. But there's two things that stop me from doing it. One, I really don't like hardcover editions unless it's a book that I'm trying to keep like literally forever and generations, because hardcovers will last better and move better. But I just don't like reading from them all the time. And then Two, I don't like Book of the Month Club because they only print new releases, which makes sense, but I don't tend to read that many new releases or buy them, and I don't know. It just doesn't work for me. Like I wish they'd do like Book of the Month Classics edition. I would buy those. And let's see. Jaleesa says first line break from break a click graphic novel, book 6. So, what is everyone doing for spring break? Okay, sounds nice. Sounds like getting into that jazz. Christina says, "Hey, Kiara. Hello, Alicia. What are you reading today? How are you doing?" Stargater says her first line is "Welcome back, Mrs. Gregory. Augusta announced the second I walked through the door of our office." Okay, so a school setting, it sounds like. Heather said, "Reading my MRIs again today." Okay, yep, I remember you talking about that. But you all make me pay attention to my work. Nice to have company. It is nice to have company. I find that sometimes, especially if there's a drudgery task, like having a sprint to go to is nice. It helps. It helps a lot. And John said, "I had a sausage sandwich. That sounds yummy." Christina says, or Rita is saying to Christina, "I think shuffling and rearranging rooms is my love language." It was my love language when I was a teenager. Like I had no more joy than like just rearranging my room. Like I could do it every couple of months if like given my druthers. And John said, "To be fair, the Teen Wolf aspect of the story doesn't start until book 2. That's fine. I still like X-Men. So long as that part starts in book 1, I'd be okay with that." Christina, we all got Christmas put away. Now I want more space. Okay, so trying to get it arranged to be a craft room, an exercise room, and laundry room, and half the room, and the other half is the living room. That's a lot. So I could see why that's like taking some figuring out, but at least you know what you want. It's a weird shaped house. Oh, okay. Well, that's why you have so many options, right? And it sounds like it's a pretty decent sized room. And Kiana says, "Hello to Christina." Rita says, "Bah, we have a book of the month club at our library and they have never chosen a book I liked or wanted to read." Oh no, that's really frustrating. Yeah, because that usually means that they probably have a lot of copies of the book, but then you're like, I don't want that. And Jaleesa, laugh out loud. It's middle grade graphic fiction. Yeah, it sounded like middle grade or younger adult to me. So I love how you can sometimes tell that. I decided to pick up something that's head empty, just vibes. Sounds good. Sometimes that's what we need. Alicia, I'm reading Drive Your Plow Over the Bones of the Dead. Yes, it is a lengthy title, but I actually have heard of that book and I really like the title. How are you liking the book? I have heard some mixed things about it, but I feel like mostly good things. Heather says, "I'm with you about hardcovers. I love to read outside and in the tub and mark them up sometimes, and I never leave home without a book thrown in my bag." Yep, I'm with you. And hardcovers, no matter whether they're the shorter ones or normal size, they're hard to do that with, and they just weigh more. I also have like really weak wrist or something and get tendonitis and tennis elbow and all of that really easily. And so hardcover books, yeah, not my friend. Lynn, I had it for about 6 months. Their giant logo on the books always bothered me, and I found I was super slow at reading the book selections. So no. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I also wish they did their like logo on the books somehow differently. I feel like there was one point where it was a lot more subtle, and now it's like a huge brand thing, and I don't really like that. Jaleesa, I have to think more than enough for work. Yeah, yep. That will do it for us sometimes. Sometimes you got to think at work. You don't want to think when you read. I get that. He says, "By the way, the first line of my book is the pulsing green line and its rhythmic beeping brought me closer to dead than I ever have been." Wow. That is I'm gonna have to look back up at what you're reading, Izzy, because that's really interesting. Okay, and you translate. Okay, well, thank you for translating it from German for us. So, yeah, Jalisa, I like paperbacks, especially floppy ones. Christina says we also have 3 dogs and a cat, so we need to move everything and clean every month or 2. Yep, that's totally true. Otherwise, that pet dander and fur and all that jazz. Mhm. Alicia says, I'm only about 50 pages in, but I'm really liking it so far. We have an unusual female main character, and I am intrigued. Yes, the plot of that book has really intrigued me every time somebody's mentioned it. So I'm not surprised. Christina, the worst part is sorting craft supplies, although I did find some yarn I forgot about. Ooh, that's exciting. I love like finding yarn you've forgotten about is like going through your shelves and finding a book that you really want to read that you've like started to forget about because you didn't read it right away. Yeah. So good. And John says, what is your favorite trope to read in a book? Oh, okay. I'm going to have to think about that during the sprint. Everybody else, feel free to answer that as well. John, tell me yours. And I'll get back to you after the sprint, or I'll put it in the comments during the sprint. That's probably what I'll do because there's no way I'm going to hang on to that all the way through the sprint. Izzy said she's reading Cassardum by Julie Dipple, and I would love to recommend it to you, but it's only out in German and Russian right now. Well, that's not going to help some of us, maybe most of us. I don't know. It's not going to help me. I know some German from high school, but that was so long ago that I'm not going to try. But tell us what it is about so that we can like try and encourage publishers to translate it. Because that opening line sounds interesting. What genre is it, Izzy? And Rita says, as a teen, I dragged the living room couch into my room and stapled foil to the walls. Oh, I bet your parents loved that. Added construction codes and a surfboard. You don't know what you were going for, but your dad was not happy with that room refresh. That is hilarious, Rita. But that sounds like vision to me. Like as a parent, I'd on the one hand be like, yeah, let's next time, like let's talk about this beforehand. On the other hand, I'd also be like, I love the fact that you're like thinking outside the box like this. Christina says, first line, her coming was my hope each day, her parting was my pain. The chance that did her steps delay was ice in every vein. Ooh, nice. I like that. John says, mine so far is found family. I do like a good found family trope. Yup. I can feel you there, John. Heather says, I think my favorite trope is revenge, like the Count of Monte Cristo. That is a pretty good one too. Also because I feel like in the Count of Monte Cristo, it wasn't just like revenge just for the sake of revenge. There was also a sense of him wanting justice to actually be done in the situation. And then, yeah, the end. Anyway, okay, let's go back to our next sprint. I'm going to finish up my pages in the Wheel of Time, and then I'm going to talk about, after our next break, what happened to the books of Jacob. Because one of the things that I do need to do today before we finish this sprint is play my TBR game again with you guys. Because, yeah, I'll let you know after our next break. But yeah, so I'm going to be reading my 30 pages in this, and then I'm going to be moving on to this, which is the other book that I'm reading, because yeah, I'm juggling three. And I liked the 45 minutes, so I'm going to do another 45 minutes for us. But if people would like to go down to 30 minutes, just put that in the comment, and we'll do that for the sprint after this one. But for now, let's go back to sprinting. Happy sprinting, everyone. And don't forget to answer John's question of what is your favorite trope? And you can also put the what is the first line of the book you're reading if you have not yet. So I will see you in about 45 minutes. And I will adjust the timer because it's already started without us. Okay, come back. Man, that caught me like a page and a half away from the end of a chapter, which if you've read Live the World, it keeps moving. And so, yeah, hmm, gonna have to get back to that in a second. So, how'd you guys do? How was that sprint? I got through, I don't know how many pages I just read then. It seems like 20, 22 pages. That might be right. So I'm almost done with my pages for the day with that. And so let's go to the chat and see what's going on with you guys. So Angela joined us. She said, I am reading a werewolf book in Spanish, Lobos, by Xavier M. Sotelo. Okay. The first line translates to Officer Esteban Rey staggered out the front door. Ooh, we have lots of werewolf reads today. Nice. Well, hello, Angela, and thanks for sharing with us what you're reading. Heather says, although as a Christian is hard because there should be no revenge. Yes, yes, I like the idea of the justice part. Yep, she's talking about the Count of Monte Cristo. And Christina said that 45 is good for her. That's good because that's what I did. I don't really have a favorite trope. She just likes books. So John had asked what was my favorite trope. And I did comment on that. Lynn said a couple of my favorite tropes are found family and portal fantasy. I have to agree with you there, Lynn, on the portal fantasy too. I do find that for some reason, I always enjoy a good portal fantasy. I don't really know why that is, but it tends to work out. Alicia says, "Oh, cool. Olga is the same author of the book I'm reading." What is the other book that she wrote, Alicia? I know there's another book that she wrote that's pretty well known, and for the life of me, I cannot think what it is. I thought it was The Eighth Life, and then I realized no, that's not what it is. And I mentioned that my favorite trope was coming of age. I seem to always enjoy that. Jaleesa says her favorite trope is overcoming adversity. Ooh, that is a good one. Yeah, that tends to lead to like very inspirational storytelling, especially when it's the catalyst to overall character improvement. Yep, that's a really good one, Jaleesa. Jamie says, hello, Jamie, by the way. Biddy would have to be propped up, and God knew what Henry would do. Hmm. Hmm. Jamie, I'm wondering what you're reading. It almost sounds like historical fiction to me, but I don't know if that's just because I'm thinking like Henry VIII. So that was in response to the question of what's the first line of the book that you're reading, which you can see still scrolling. Teresa said, I wasn't sure if you wanted the first line of the prologue or chapter one. Could be either. Chapter one, Land, Freedom, and Hope. Okay. All right. Giving us some idea of where the book is going. And Books with Dream Color. Hello. Just joining. Okay. What are you reading today? Let us know. Hi, Stormy. Stormy says hi. Stormy says hi to Christina. Hi, Christina. Hi, Kat. Hello, Nicole and fabulous friends. She read The Little French Bistro. That sounds like a lovely place to be by Nina George earlier this morning, and then switched gears to proof and publish a blog post. Sounds good. And Bree said she did her cleaning and workout now to shower. You're getting lots done today, Bree. Kat said first line, it was the first decision she had ever made on her own, the very first time she was able to determine the course of her life. Ooh, that sounds like really good. Like not quite coming of age. It sounds like she is of age, but like some good character development gonna happen in this book. That's what it sounded like to me. Angela says less than 1 minute left on the sprint, and now I'm totally just sitting here waiting to find out what happened with the books of Jacob. I've been there where I'm like, wait, what is this cliffhanger? And why do we still have so much longer to go in this sprint? Because I'm ready. I will get to that. And Alicia says hi to Kat. Christina says, hi, Stormy. I am well, and you? And she says hi to Kat. And Books with Dreamcatcher says, I started Nora Goes Off Script and got 20% in. I like that title. That sounds very like, Yeah, powerful female character. That's what that's saying to me. Books with Stormy. Stormy says, Christina, not good. I needed to go to the dentist today. Ooh, I'm sorry, Stormy. Did you already go? Did it work out? It's like, I mean, at least your teeth feel like nice and clean, right? Or will if you haven't gone yet. Stormy said, reading A Court of Wings and Ruin. Very good. Are you enjoying it? Is it a reread? Have you read it before? Like, let us know. And Bree said, hey, cat. Jamie said, read 22 pages of New Orleans morning during that sprint. Very nice. So you are doing the Mardi Gras readathon, which is being hosted by Kat at Kat's Novel Adventure. And she has a couple of co-hosts too, I know. Christina said, oh, I had to do that last week. That's her with you. And I'm assuming that's about the dentist. Yeah. Yeah, the dentist. I will say though, I was not enjoying my dentist appointments. And at my last visit, the dental hygienist was just said, brush longer. She was like, that's the number one mistake people make is they don't brush long enough. She was like, brush at least 2 minutes. She's like, time it the first couple of times. I did that. Guys, that was like the longest 2 minutes of my life. I don't know how long I was brushing before, but I felt like I was brushing for 5 years, but I can say I can tell the difference. And that was despite the fact that I like floss twice a day. I use mouth rinse, toothpaste, da 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 da. Nope, that was my issue. And MH says, hello, hello, hello to you too. Very productive sprint. Did a lot of lesson planning and answering, sending emails. Hopefully, I'll get to reading soon. Well, I hope you do as well. But it sounds like you're having a good, productive morning. So, nothing wrong with that. Teresa said she didn't read. She put dinner in a crock pot and watched about the readathon for Jennifer Brooks. I did see that. If you guys are familiar with Jennifer Brooks, she was a booktuber and she very suddenly and unexpectedly passed away at the beginning of this month. I was totally shocked and very upset. I liked to watch her reviews on classics, and she also loved Wilkie Collins. And yeah, that was just heartbreaking to see. And there is Beautiful Minutia is a YouTube channel, and she and a couple other people are doing a readathon that is a We Love Jennifer readathon in honor of her. And I was watching that video this morning too, so go check that out. And Teresa, what did you put in the crock pot? Please let me know. It's always so sad when people you follow pass away. Brittany says, got to 18% of Icebreaker. Icebreaker. What's that one about, Brittany? That sounds very familiar. And like every time I think of ice and Ice Planet Barbarians, I now think of Snoop Dogg, Christina. You did that to me. Books with Story. Story says, I love a grumpy sunshine trope. Oh, that's true. I think it's because I've got my own grumpy. Yeah, I like a good grumpy character if it's done well. And Stormy says hi to Brittany. And Brittany says hi to Stormy. I was talking about that earlier. How I love saying hi to people and seeing people say hi to each other in the comments. So hi away. I love it. Alicia says she also wrote Flights. I haven't read that one. I don't think I've heard of that one. I don't think that's what I was thinking of. I may also have just confused her with a different author because I do that. Heather says John Steinbeck said there is only one story that exists in life, and it's good versus evil. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, yeah, yeah, you have to have a conflict, right? Does a conflict always have to be between good and evil? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that, Heather. But I like that quote. Did you finish East of Eden? I don't remember whether or not you said you did. Ashley comments, hello, Ashley. Good to see you. She's been sobbing at the last chapter of Black Girls Must Die Exhausted. Oh, I want to sob at that title. Just have the epilogue left. The first line is, the day I turned 30, I officially departed my childhood. Oh my gosh. Ashley. Like, oh, I don't know if I'd be able to read that. I feel like I'd be sobbing at the beginning, the middle, the end. I'm assuming that you liked it in terms of it's moved you. So, wow. Yeah, I feel like I'm tearing up just thinking about this. Kat said, Jamie, I picked up a copy of New Orleans Morning on Friday. Plan to start it the first week of February. Nice, Kat. I'm so excited. Your readathon seems like it's gonna be like a lot of people are excited about it. Christina, almost 30 pages that sprint and got some things put away. I may be giving up on sorting properly. Yeah, I hear you. After a while, it's like, well, so long as it's away. Need to get another 30 pages in before noon. Yeah, yeah. Time to move up. Read to chapter 51 and rested that sprint. Rest is good. Don't forget to hydrate. I've got my water bottle here. Stretch your legs, stand up, move around. Kat said, hi, Alicia and Christina. Ashley said, my favorite aspect in books are probably watching a character grow into themselves or their potential. Yeah, so you're kind of like me. You like a good Bildungsroman, a good coming of age. The official trope is either found family or grumpy sunshine. Nice. Well, coming of age, that's like a real trope, Bildungsroman. At least I think so. I like all three of those, so I'm with you, Ashley. Christina said, I gave you the first line of the prologue in this book the other day. So today I gave the quote before the prologue. The first line of the chapter one would give it away too easy. Yes, that is true. Like, that's why I'm not giving you the first line of the Wheel of Time. Like, it's pretty obvious because it mentions the Wheel of Time. Stories of Brittany, how is your day going? And MH, do you have a first name or a nickname or a fake name that you'd be willing to share so I could call you by that if I remember? There's blood on my hands, blood between my toes, blood speckled in my hair. Rhapsodic. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds like a dark, like fantasy. Let's hope fantasy. Brittany says, good, definitely running around like a crazy person getting stuff done in the house. Yes, it sounds like you are like on those tasks today, Brittany. Christina says, ooh, Teresa, what's in the crock pot? Yeah, I'm too like, what should we make tonight for dinner? Are we going to make what Teresa's making? John says the X-Men is both found family and coming of age, so that makes sense as X-Men is your favorite. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. I never thought about it that way, John, but that is so true. And I do. Like, I think of all the superhero ones, X-Men probably is my favorite. And when I think about it in that way, like those are the parts of it that like I love. I have never thought about that before. See, now I want to read some of my husband's X-Men graphic novels, which he would just absolutely love. Like a lot. And Rachel, hi Rachel, says, hey Nicole, hope you're having a magnificent day. I am, it's going well. And Kat says, hi Brianna. And Bree says, oh my, how sad, but beautiful. They are commemorating her and with something she loved. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful way to commemorate her. And like part of what they're doing, this is about Jennifer Brooks, is they're even having people write letters into the email because I guess one of them knows how to contact her mother, and they're going to send all the letters and make a playlist of all videos that people make so that her mother can have those. So it's so sad, but I think it's so beautiful how she's touched so many people's lives and that they have a way of sharing that with her family. Brittany says Icebreaker is a hockey romance. Okay, have you considered having Snoop Dogg read it to you? Asking for a friend. Christina said, haha, sorry. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Christina's a friend. Teresa, ooh, Italian beef, and it smells so good already. Sounds delicious. And Izzy said, read a few pages, had lunch, and unpacked my Amazon delivery with more annotation material. Lovely. What types of material do you like to use, Izzy? Teresa said, I love me some John Steinbeck. I can't wait to read East to Eden. Okay, she's in Heather's finishing East to Eden tomorrow on our day off. Oh, it's got into a dark place. Oh no. Okay. Hopefully it'll come back out. Hi, Courtney. Courtney says hello to everyone. Courtney's got a channel, as do a lot of you, which I think is so cool. Jamie says, Kat, I'll be interested to hear what you think once you get started on it. And that was the New Orleans something morning. I think it's a cozy mystery. Could be wrong about that. Christina said, hi, Rachel. MH said, I typically go by MH or Mary Hope. Either one is fine. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Welcome. Hello. And Rita said, hey, Simmons. And Christina said, Brittany, is the crazy person helping. The one in this house makes more work for me, laugh out loud. She just keeps coming up with more stuff. They're talking about getting stuff done around the house. So I know that feeling where you're like, are you helping or making more work? Rachel says, I may swap my crock pot day from Thursday to tomorrow and make a pot roast earlier. I love a good pot roast. So I understand that. Alicia said the thought of having Snoop Dogg read a romance book to me. Yes, that was my reaction too, Alicia. That was my reaction too. Because Christina said that was unintentionally how she started because she wanted to hear, like, I guess, Snoop Dogg on your Kindle, I think, if you have one that can do text to voice. Snoop Dogg is an option. And without thinking, she clicked it for her book, which was like a romance novel. And then it got smutty and it was Snoop Dogg. And like, that was just I laughed for a while. We'll just leave it at that. Rachel said, and the crock pot chicken soup on Friday. Ooh, I need to look up a crock pot chicken soup recipe because that sounds really good. And my family's obsessed with chicken noodle soup. Christina said, I almost spit out my coffee. Sorry, but Snoop, yes. Yes. If you have not thought about this combination of things, it will make you laugh for a while because there's just something that's just gonna be too much. Talisa says, hello, Courtney. Teresa says, East of Eden was a 5-star read for me. I'm predicting it will be for me as well. Snoop double D. No, 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 no. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I would not be able to keep a straight face through that book. John says, a lot of people say God loves man kills God Loves Man Kills is the best X-Men story. Okay. Haven't read it yet, but want to. Would love to hear your thoughts about that if that's one you own. I'll write that down. I don't know if my husband owns that one, and I'll definitely ask him what he thinks about that one if he's read it. And Courtney says, hello, Jalisa. Susan says, hi, I'm back at groceries, returned Tom Lake to the library, unloaded books to Goodwill. Sounds like you got some good errands in. Glad you're back. Get any good things from the grocery store? Share, share, share. And how'd you like Tom Lake? I forgot that you were reading it. Seems like it became wildly popular. Izzy says, got those clear sticky notes to write on the pages with. I have thought about doing those. And TikTok, yeah, BookTube would make me buy that, and you're probably gonna make me buy that. And you're excited to try them. Usually, I only use colored tabs, and once in a while, a normal notepad. I have thought about the see-through sticky notes that you can write on your page, because I would use those at the beginning of the book when I'm not sure if I'm going to like it. Which, like, we'll get to one that I'm not sure. Snoop Dogg reading any book would be great. Yes, yes. I want Snoop Dogg to read those books to me that are kind of dry. Like, I would love Snoop Dogg to read The House of Seven Gables to me right now. I need to find out how to make that happen. Heather, how do the noodles not get soggy in the crock pot chicken noodle soup? I believe you add them in at the like in the last 8 minutes, basically, or 10 minutes. They might need a little bit longer because the water's not boiling, but maybe the person who did that will actually comment. Rachel, I think we're following each other on Instagram, Nicole, if you want me to send over the easy, lazy version. Okay, I will see because I'm hardly following anyone on Instagram, not intentionally. Like, I'm just never on it. So I will try and figure that out. Courtney says, I'm late, but just finished my workout. Yay! How was your workout? What did you do for it? I'm not an early morning person, Courtney, so I've yet to actually like catch and physically watch one of your like actual workout ones that you're doing. Because Courtney's hosting the boot camp readathon, and which is like really cool. And I'm sure you've got 8 days. So you can go and be part of that if you want to. But on Saturday mornings, I think she's actually like doing a workout type of sprint type of thing. So I think that's cool. And then there's also other sprints and other stuff. So check out her channel. Rachel, also, side note, Nightcrawler is best night X-Men for being goodest, most wholesome boy. Ooh, yeah, that's true. Nightcrawler is like just the one that you want to be like, aw, Nightcrawler. Rita, first he cooks with Martha. Yeah, I know. And then him and Martha Stewart are now like best friends. Like, who saw that one coming? Like, can we just back up to a few decades ago and talk about that? Like, never saw that coming, but they it works for them. Every day my kids act like it's the first time getting ready for school. Yeah, true. Like they've never done it before. John, my favorite X-Men story is Old Man Logan. I think my husband has read that one. I think he liked that one as well. Susan, you didn't care much for Tom Lake, but your friend loved it. Yeah, see, I've heard different things about it. Rachel, I don't typically put noodles in because veggies take up all the space. Well, okay, that makes sense. You could always cook the noodles separately too, and then just add them at the like very end or not at all. Izzy says, I don't know how you think about AI, but there will be a Snoop Dogg voice AI out there that could read it to you. Yes, that is my hope. I would be okay with AI for that. John, if you have seen the movie Logan, did I see the movie Logan? Is that the one that starts, I think, in Japan? I may have. Okay, it's loosely based on it. Okay. I think I've seen that one, John. And Jaleesa said, Kiana, that sounds like me every day. I have to go back into the office and work, right? It's like being a kindergartner. It's new every time. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys, we're gonna we're gonna play around with my TBR game because I need to pick another book, and I'm gonna tell you first why. Okay. So last time we were on, I had to play the TBR game because I had nothing else to read other than my like planned daily reading. And I got the letter X. So if you know how my TBR game works and how my shelf is set up, that didn't work for me. I had to pull from the unicorn, which meant I had to get a random book off my shelf, and it got me the books of Jacob. And I was super excited. And I started reading it and I started tabbing it. And I thought at the beginning the writing was a little strange, but it had some great quotes that I really liked, and I kept going. And I got to my 10% mark, which pretty much the only goal I set for myself this year, other than read 30,000 pages by the end of the summer, is that I wanted to um, DNF books by the time I reached 10% if I was going to end it. And so I reached 10%, which this is a big book. So that was about 100 pages. So I like felt like I got a really good feel for this book. And the problem was that I felt like I had no idea what was actually happening in the book. Now, granted, not a lot was actually happening in the book, but every single time I picked up this book, I had to flip around pages to be like, is this where I left off? What was happening? What is happening? Do like I felt like either I became stupid or my reading comprehension dropped through the floor or that I was in some sort of weird fantasy book and this was a magic book that made you forget what you read every time you opened it because that was my reading experience of this. But at the same time I liked the writing style, so I was confused and I was starting to realize that I was being slower and slower to pick it up and just didn't keep wanting to read it. So I've soft DNF'd it. That's the long way of saying that because I still like the premise of this book and I want it to work. And I may be lying to myself right now by telling myself that I just need to start over and read it more slowly. Because I can sometimes read too quickly. And if a book is not conducive to that, then my reading comprehension can go down. All that to say, I'm having trouble and I can't let go of the book. So I'm putting it on my reader on haul cart, which is right over here. Like my finger is not, there you go, over here. I'm putting it over there, like on the cart. On top of the cart are books I've read this month. And it's just going to have to sit there and think about what it's done and what I've done to it. And we're going to have to come back together at some point. Hopefully not soon, but hopefully before the end of the summer when all the books on that cart have to go. So that's what happened to the books of Jacob. If anybody's read it, and has any advice, let me know. There is a YouTuber who did do a nice review on it, but then even she was talking about how she had difficulty reading it, and then she had to watch a video that was about the time period, and then she had like 5 other things that she did that helped her get back into the book, and I was like, "Girl, that is a lot of work, and I don't know if I'm here for it." So, we're gonna play my TBR game because I did pick out last night hell of a book. I also read this weekend A Darker Shade of Magic. This is not a long book. I'm about a third of the way through it, so I need at least one other story. I said that last time, and we all see what happened there. Anyway, here's my little bowl. Here's my deck of cards. They are shuffled. I have no idea what card's on top. I was gonna say, is this a letter X on the bottom? It's not. I shuffle it every time. Let's see. Okay, the letter D. I feel like this is already off to a better start. So if you need to pick a book right now, you can also pick a book whose title starts with the letter D. And because I knew I was going to have to do this, I have even done us the favor. Hang on, Jaleesa. I'm going to take your comment off the screen. I just realized it's been up there just sitting there. Yeah, and we already talked about that. So, okay. So I have taken the time to go ahead and pull up my spinner wheel. This is the second step of where things go wrong in my TBR game. So here's my spinner wheel. Let's see what it gives me for the letter D. What did I even do with it? Yeah. Okay. So I need to pick a book that is a seasonal pick. So it either needs to be, so it's a book that starts with the letter D. It needs to either take place in the winter time or in some way be related to the month of January. I'll let you know what I pick when we come back from sprinting. Let me see if I can get to the bottom of these comments real quickly. Let me know if you have any ideas of books whose titles start with the letter D, not have the letter D in it. It has to start with the letter D and takes place in winter or is in some way related to the month of January, which I don't feel like has a lot of associations to it. Okay. And then I will let you know. I'll look through your comments during the break too, or during the sprint. And Kiana said hello to Jaleesa. And Rita said first line of her book is today somehow I am a smoker. That's an interesting start. John said Logan is the movie with Professor. I'm pretty sure I've seen that. X has unknowingly killed all mutants. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, how many movies, X movies are there? I must have seen it. Alicia says, interesting. I also like Olga's writing style. I've never read anything else from her other than my current read. I am intrigued by the premise of the books of Jacob. I am too. What did you say was the book you were reading? Because you said that you had heard of, I think it was Flights, but that didn't sound like it was the book you were actually reading, Alicia. Or am I wrong about that? Rita thinks of what a book has done to me. Laugh out loud. Love that. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not sure if I did something to the book or if it did something to me. I'm not kidding, Rita. Ashley and Nicole, do not send me back to this book. I cannot handle it. Then don't go back. Switch books. Switch books. Take a breather, a few days, a week, a month, whatever you need. We have to stop sprints now. Okay. Sorry. And Kiana or Courtney is saying hi to Kiana. And John says Dune would work. Really? Yeah, Dune starts with the letter D, but it's not wintertime. And right? Like there's no winter in there because we're in the desert. I mean, I guess deserts still have winter, but that's not the time they're in. Hello, Jim says hello, hello. Just joined, just started Song of Achilles last night and also reading Good Girl, Bad Blood. Nice. How are you liking Song of Achilles? I read it and I liked the other one better. I can't think of the name, but with the female. I liked that one better. Um, oh, yeah, okay. Drive your plow over the bones. Da 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 da. You did say that. Okay. See, and how are you liking that? Because after getting into this, I almost feel like I'd like that even better. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me in the books of Jacob. Kat says Dead Voices by Catherine Arden would work perfectly. Unfortunately, is second book in the Small Space series. Yeah, that won't work. Okay, Kat saying hi to Courtney, and Kiana saying hi to Courtney, and Alicia said Dead of Winter is a horror thriller. I don't think I could do that, Alicia. Actually, never mind. Yeah, yeah, that is correct. Nope, I don't like horror thriller, so I don't think I could do that. I'm gonna search. I'll find something. And Kat says, I love the Song of Achilles. Yep. All right, so that's the end of the comments that I can see. I'm gonna go ahead and put us in another sprint. And while I do that, and while we sprint, I'm gonna finish my pages in the Eye of the World. I'm going to look for a book that matches everything I just pulled, and then I'm going to start reading my hell of a book. I was about to say hell of a boy. I'm going to start reading hell of a book. So I will see you all in 45 minutes. So have fun. Happy reading. Happy sprinting. Is getting tangled up in my own blankets there. Anyway, come on back. How did your sprint go for everyone? Mine went really well. I finished my pages in Eye of the World. So I am now at chapter 33. And I've got to be honest, I'm going to say this is probably one of the better fantasies I've read. Like, maybe not the best fantasy of all time, maybe not even top 5, but it's definitely getting up there. And then I did start reading Hell of a Book by Jason Mott, and I have to say, I don't know what my expectations were of this book, but so far it's a hell of a book. Like, I am really enjoying this. I got 10 more pages read in it. I'm on page 84, and I wanna say pretty much every page of this book has something that makes me stop and think and wish I was already annotating this. And this was a book that I didn't start by annotating because I wasn't sure how I was going to like the story. I'm trying to only annotate books I think I will reread. I will be rereading this book. I will be keeping this book. He will have to majorly mess up the entire rest of this book for me to not hold on to it and want to reread it. There are just so many things, and I'm not going to get into them all here, but yeah, so far I'm so glad I read this. The only thing I wish is I was originally leaving this book to do as a read with my family book club or with friends or with somebody, and I wish I had done that because I just really want somebody to talk about this. So it's going to be in an upcoming currently reading, and I will definitely be talking about it there a lot. Yeah. So anyway, let's go to the comments and see what you guys have gotten up to. So before I think we went to the break, this came in and Jimstone Jasper said, all I knew going is that it's a Greek retelling and people seem to cry over it. It's way too cute. I'm sensing gay childhood friends to lovers and I'm here for it. It's too cute. She's talking about, or I don't know what gender you are, but talking about Song of Achilles. And yeah, there was quite a bit of that. I wouldn't say the whole book is cute, but I would say that there is some of that action going on there for sure. And Courtney says, everyone I love either dies or deserts me, and not even magic can do a goddamned thing about it. Ooh. Okay, and what are you reading, Courtney? It's clearly a fantasy. I feel like it's sort of a dark fantasy-ish vibe going, but would be the first line of her book. Heather says, was recommending for the letter D in a book that takes place in winter time or something like that. Daisy Miller or The Death of Ivan Illich. Okay, I don't know what Daisy Miller is. Tell me about that. And I don't own it, so it probably won't be that. But I thought I had The Death of Ivan Illich. I'll have to look for that, Heather. Well, I just looked and and I don't have it. So I don't know where else I'm going to be looking for it other than in my mind. But that would be a good one, Tolstoy. And wait, weren't you reading Dr. Zhivago? I was not, but I do own it, Heather. So that is one of the books that I picked. Please let me know. Does this take place in winter? Because I glanced at the start and I feel like it either gave me the impression that it started at a different time period or didn't say anything. Well, it talks about an autumnal waste, but it doesn't I mean, it can start in autumn and go into winter, but for some reason, I also thought that part of this book took place during the winter time. So let me know, Heather, because it is an option if that's the case. So I'm looking for my next book pick, so we'll see. Oh, it's Coda. Hello, Coda. And Coda says, hey, friends, I've had a really hard past few days, but I wanted to pop in and say hi. I'm so sorry to hear that, Coda. And I hope your day is going better or that this week starts going better for you. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but, lots of love and hearts and good feelings going out to you. So Vanessa says, hello, hello, Vanessa. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Courtney says, hey, Dakota and Vanessa. Yes, 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 all the hellos. Nikki says, I've been very distracted, hoping to actually read something in the next sprint if you're doing any more after this. I am. I'm going till at least 2 o'clock. So yes, hopefully you will get some in. And she said that at 12:30 or 12:28. Yeah. So there will definitely be at probably two more sprints, Nikki. So hopefully you'll get some reading in. And Stormy says, so I don't know whether to put a pause on A Court of Wings and Ruins just because it's quite a big book, and I don't know if I can deal with that at the minute. I do really want to read. Oh, I know that feeling, Stormy. So are you thinking you just want to feel like you're making progress in a book and get through something more? She says, I think I need something smaller. Can you do two books at the same time? Because I'll sometimes like switch to a smaller book so I feel like I'm making progress in life and have a big book going on in the background. Thus, this going on in the background while I get to feel accomplished on a daily basis. So that might be an option, but I know what you mean. I think. Yeah, I think so. Nikki says, I'm trying to continue with Nine Perfect Strangers by Leanne Moriarty, and it's been on my own TBR for years, and you're 66% in. Okay, well, you're doing pretty good. Are you liking it? How's it going? Vanessa says, hello to Courtney. And Shannon says, finished my stream, but still working on my story. Well, welcome. Join us. Work on it here. How'd your stream go? I never actually ended up making it by, but hopefully I will next time. Brittany says, worked on thumbnails and scheduling sprints. Nice, nice, nice. Sounds good. Good times. Stormy is saying hi to Vanessa. And Vanessa says, hi, Stormy. And Courtney says, I saw the interview on BAPC. I don't know what that is, with Jason Motz. It was a great interview. It has been on my list for a while. Yeah, I was watching somebody else's YouTube channel the other day, and he is coming, I think she said, to their local library to do an author talk. And I was like, I'm jealous. Go read the book before you go, get it signed, all the things. Read it, Courtney. Mind blown. Like, I've heard good things. It won the National Book Award. I'm pretty sure this is going to be my only 5-star read in January. I'm calling it right now. That's my guess. Rita says hi to Vanessa. And Courtney says, hey, Brittany. And Christina says, read some more. And hubby is making bacon for supper prep. Okay, so what's the rest of dinner? Does it really matter? I mean, you're having bacon with it. So that would be good enough for me. I mean, if all you said was hubby is making bacon for supper, I would have also been okay with that. Though I would have been like, shouldn't he wait and make that fresh? Unless you mean he's making bacon for, lunch? Just say. And MH says, made it to 23%. Nice. You're getting good progress done there. Jamie said, switch to my audiobook, A Breath of Snow and Ashes, so I could also work on a small sewing project. Made it to 74%. Nice. Multitasking. I do love that with audiobooks, you can do like things with your fingers and stuff if it doesn't take up like too much mental power. At least that's how I need it to be. Izzy said she read 75 pages, so only have 60 pages to go. Yay! You're doing it, Izzy. Almost done. See, now I'm really wishing I could read that book, but since German and Russian's not happening for me, tell me what your book is about, though, so that I can look for it, because chances are if it ever gets translated into English, it's also going to be called something different, so at least I'll know the premise to watch for. Brittany says hi to Courtney. Teresa, I am listening to Oliver Twist and almost done, but got confused, so had to go back in the book and figure out who they were talking about. I love the Dickens. Yes, okay, Teresa, I can relate. I listened to Oliver Twist. What I understood in the audiobook, I enjoyed. But were there times where I had to go back and was like, even though my audiobook had all the different characters, had different voices, and some of them had different people, I was still like, who's talking? What's happening? It's a short book. There's a lot of action that happens in it, and there's a lot of people. I mean, usual for Charles Dickens. And the plot lines are like interwoven, and I feel like the only person I followed from beginning to end was Oliver. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. I do own it, and I do plan on rereading it in a physical version this time. Rita said, made lox and bagels for breakfast with the hubs. Yum, yum, yum. That is one of my son's like favorite breakfast ever. And Courtney said blood nuts. Okay. That's what she's reading. Made with Books. Hello. I don't think I've seen you on this morning. Well, I'm pretty sure I haven't. And I don't know if I've seen you before. So thanks for commenting. Just joining in now. Just fed my dog and plan to answer some mails and read Eileen by Otessa Moshfegh, who also wrote the one where she's like lounging around Regency dress. Can't think of the name, but yes, I know who you're talking about. And Gachar Gochar by Vivek Shanbhag. Pretty sure I butchered that whole last book and author. But how are you enjoying those? And what kind of dog do you have? And Jim Stone says, "No worries. I use she they." Okay, and I'm at a good part, but I have to pause because groceries are about to be delivered. Yep, got to get those groceries put away. Sounds good. But glad you're enjoying it and that you're at a good part. Jaleesa says, "Pivoted and picked up Sex Criminals by Matt Friction. Some of the jokes are going over my head. Either I'm too serious or just don't get the joke." Yeah, I can feel that. I'm surprised that it would be that complicated a joke. Hmm. Vanessa said, first line in her book, sometimes I have very dark thoughts about my mother. Thoughts no sane daughter should ever have. Are you reading I'm Glad My Mom Died? Because that could totally be the opening line of that book. And Christina said, hi, Dakota. Rita said, hi, Dakota. Hi, Dakota. All the love. And Dr. Z was mostly winter, if I remember correctly. Okay, that would make sense because I don't feel like the book covers a long time period. And if it starts in autumn, then it would go through winter. So maybe. I'll show you the other book I picked in a second. Christina said hi to Vanessa and hi to Courtney. And Jim Stone said, when y'all are waiting for a delivery, does anyone else just sit there and watch the little car move so you're prepared to answer the door? I don't like getting caught off guard. I mean, yeah, I kind of watch them. I'm kind of like, what are they doing? But then I don't want to open the door and take the bags. So then I just let them put it there. And I don't know. And Bree says hi to Vanessa. What book is it, Vanessa? I know, aren't we all like dying to know? And she says, Bree, you know, said Vanessa. Oh, does she? Does she? Bree says she got a shower in and now gonna work on school with my son. Very good, Bree. Getting lots done. Hope school goes well for you guys. Vanessa said it's actually the first line in the first chapter. There is a prologue, but that was a boring line. Yeah, I know that feeling where you're like, meh, meh. Story said, no, I don't know if I can do two books at once. Okay. Yeah, can't deal with that. And I'm just about able to keep up with the plot as it is. Okay, so you'd have to like totally put it down for a while and just move to a smaller book. Well, then do it, Story. I mean, you could write yourself a note about maybe where you were leaving off and just go for it. I say go for it because you'll come back to it and like it better if you're in the mood. And Bree said, wait, my brain isn't working. I need to think about it. They're trying to guess the book. Jaleesa, I met them at the door, share pleasantries, and then open my baggage. Yeah, that's what she does when she gets her groceries delivered. Rachel said, oh, hey, Shannon. And Jaleesa said, I watch too many porch pirate videos. Yeah, that's true. Do you watch the ones with Mark Rober and the glitter bombs, Jaleesa? Just ask it. Nikki said, it's a little slow, but I'm still enjoying it more than I thought I would. Good. Yeah, it's an interesting book for sure. But yeah, I just felt confused by the audiobook part when I did it. And Bree says, ooh, are you still trying to figure it out, Bree? And Kelly, hello, Kelly, reading books, reading Love Flushed, 61% in. That is a great title. Bree says, I know what you're reading. Yay, 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 yay. Okay, she's super excited. Okay, well, you guys share with us now, guys, because we don't know. Unless it's a surprise, in which case, John said, made it to chapter 60 that sprint. Great. John, are you still enjoying the book? the X-Men when we come back. And Vanessa said hi to Rita. Christina said bacon is all that matters. Truth. But we are having baked potatoes. I also love potatoes. So I'm coming over to your house for dinner because this is sounding amazing. You bake the bacon, yep, because you can make more that way, and it's A plus plus. If you have not baked your bacon before, put your bacon on a sheet tray or like one with a rack, even better. It's the best. And he has to work, so just prepping. Makes sense. Enjoy your potatoes and bacon. How could you not? And Vanessa says, haha, yes, you do. Oh my gosh, guys, you're so funny. This must be something you guys have going on with this book, is what I'm thinking, and a book that she's wanted you to read. Rita says, ooh, don't get me started with bacon. Yes, I believe we were talking about bacon the other day too. Kat says, trying to get my thoughts together to film a video. I also need to film a clip for my Nevermore vlog. Very good, Kat. All right. John says, and if you were wondering, I gave Salem's Lot 5 stars. Oh, wow. So you really like that. Yes, because I remember you were reading that last night. So thank you for letting me know. So that was a 5 star. What did you like about it? Like what pushed it into the 5 star realm for you? Courtney says, check my credit score. Yay! That is awesome, Courtney. Yeah, if you guys have not checked your credit score ever or in a few years, check your credit score because you never know, especially I feel like with online hacking stuff and that kind of thing. I mean, you don't have to check your credit score regularly, but especially if you have not done it in a long time and you're not planning on any major purchases where they would look at your credit score, it is important to look at it occasionally and know what's going on. Rita said, yeah, okay, I'm moving on from the bacon. Susan, I loved A Breath of Snow and Ashes. Anything Outlander? Nice. Vanessa says, that's fantastic, Courtney. It is. That's just incredible. Kat says, yay, John, my favorite King book. Is it really? Interesting. Alicia said she made it 27% and ate lunch. I ate lunch as well. I had a very dry chicken burrito that did not have enough cheese in it. It was like a pre-made one. Kat said hi to Vanessa. What did you eat, Alicia? Good question. Ashley, is that my year of rest and relaxation, lady? Yes, that is the one that got mentioned earlier. Yep, yep. You all figured it out. This means I'm very behind in when you guys actually commented this. Yes, 6 minutes ago. My year of rest and realization. Yep. Vanessa says hi to Kat. John says Salem's Lot is the best. Oh, I remember you saying that, John. Okay, so it was like the vampire part of the story that threw it over the top for you. Cool, cool, cool. Alicia, tomato biscuit and pimento cheese toast. Oh, I have heard somebody else mention not mixing tomato soup and pimento cheese, but like doing that combo as like a sandwich and soup combo. Gonna have to try it. Susan, what is A Hell of a Book about? So, Hell of a Book is about an author. It's kind of like a sort of meta type of thing going on. It is about an author who's going on a big book tour, as well as a young boy named Soot, who is growing up in South Carolina, is being made fun of how dark his skin is. However, the book as a whole goes back and forth between these two perspectives. And it touches on a lot of different things. It's a very odd plot going on. It's a bit surreal because you know at the beginning that the author who's going on this book tour seems to have some sort of disability or mental illness that he's dealing with that he keeps mentioning, but you don't know what it is. To me, it's sounding like schizophrenia. Um, but he's still kind of lost in that world and he keeps seeing a boy, which may be the boy from the other story, but you don't know. But it touches on a lot of themes of like race and racism and what it means to be a Black man. It's talking about Blackness and what's accepted and not, and skin color, and what does that tell other people about you or make them think they know about you. It's about a lot of things so far, but it's just the one, his prose is amazing. Two, even though the story feels surreal, it doesn't feel like you're incapable of following what's going on. And his writing style is just so gripping that literally every couple of paragraphs just makes you stop and think. And I can relate to so many things that he's saying. Um, okay, Made with Books. My year of rest and relaxation, but haven't read that one yet. Okay, so you're reading another one of her books. Enjoying both books so far. Your dog is an oh, a Shih Tzu. Oh, are you just in love with her? Oh, she was in an animal hoarding situation before. Well, I'm glad you got her out. Our dog that passed away a few years ago, that if you look at my channel, I have a little statue of a dog, also a Shih Tzu, and her name was Mafetta, and she was just the best, most amazing dog ever in the whole world. So I'm guessing your dog is the second best, most amazing dog in the whole world, because all Shih Tzus are by nature. That's all I'm saying. And Kat said, "Yum, Alicia," to her dinner and or lunch. And Vanessa said, "Added your sprints to the spreadsheet, Brittany. Very nice." And she's starting Haunting Adeline. Ooh, creepy. Brittany says, "Thanks, Vanessa." Yes, Vanessa, you are the best for doing that. And Stormy, I think it's a good idea because I'm using Audible as well, and that's going to track where I am. There you go. Rita says, "I can do nonfiction and fiction, but not two fictions or two nonfictions." Okay, so you have to have different genres that you're doing. Bree says, "I wasn't sure if I was allowed to say which book in case she had a vid, but I love the, yeah, yeah. That's what I figured. I figured that like you were trying not to say because it's something coming up. So I won't push that anymore." And John says, "Yes, he is enjoying it." Rita says, "Woohoo," to the credit score. John says, "King's characters are fantastic and he makes you care almost unlike any author." That's awesome. I really do need to try something by hand. Thanks for the script. Bye, Kat. Hope everyone has a delightful day and a wonderful week. Yes, thank you. See you Wednesday, Kat. I will too. Kat does sprints on Wednesday evenings. They're great. So does Nell Diamond and a whole bunch of other people. So check those out. And if you don't know where to find other reading sprints, Vanessa's channel, Reading with Dr. B, Vanessa, she has a link right there up in her description, or near her description, that is to a Google Sheet that is shared that shows all sorts of reading sprints going on. Jimstone says, "Just got the groceries, haven't put them away yet, but kitties have discovered the bag of cat food and gotta hide it in the closet." Yes, do that because I know how that is. Susan says, "That sounds like a good read, hell of a book. Gotta keep it in mind." Yeah, I read it. That's all I have to say. It's astounding me so far. I thought it would just be a good contemporary read, and it's so much more than that. MH also ate lunch that sprint, homemade tomato soup with a pepper jack. Man, everybody's doing like some classic but interesting mixes on the tomato soup and grilled cheese. Haha. For me, she's of course number one. Her name's Maja, by the way. It starts with an M like yours did. Oh, that's so sweet. What's her color combo? Mine was black and white. Oh, making me miss my pup in a good way. I have a whole shrine to her. Christina, have a beautiful rest of your day, Kat. Yes, Kat, do. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna go and start our sprint in a second, but I don't have YouTube open in the background, so I won't be able to do a poll. So you'll just have to put in the comments if you want to. But the two books that I'm choosing between next are Dr. Zhivago. This is a classic taking place in the Russian Revolution. I don't know what that is. Taking place during the Russian Revolution, where the main character is what is he? A poet physician, and he flees to the mountains to escape what's going on during the Russian Revolution. I don't know why I can't say that word. And I believe there's some sort of love affair action that happens there, turmoil in his life, turmoil in the country, lots of turmoil. Supposed to be a really good read. My second pick is completely different, and it would be The Doomsday Book by Connie Willis. And this is the first in a series. I oddly already read book 2 before I realized it was part of a series. Book 2 was To Say Nothing of the Dog. To date, one of the funniest books I've ever read. I cried because I was laughing so hard in her other book. This is the first book. She has won the Hugo and Nebula Awards for this book, I think. if not for the other one. Anyway, so this is the other choice. It's a science fiction. There's time travel because there's this whole complicated thing, but she tends to do, at least if it's like the second book in the series, a very sort of tongue-in-cheek kind of science fiction. I really enjoyed her writing. These are both kind of big. They're both about 600 pages. I think the classic will read slightly slower. This is a mass market paperback, so I don't think it's in normal book size, actually 600 pages, and her writing goes pretty quickly. But I have until the end of the month. So vote below which one you would like, and I will check those comments when we get back from the break. So let me just read the few up to those. Courtney says soup and sandwiches are so cozy. I totally agree. Oops, didn't actually click. John says, if you like coming of age, you should read The Body by King. It's a movie called Stand By Me. I loved that movie. I will have to think about that book because I did love that movie growing up. And love that you have a shrine. Oh, you have the white and beige version. Lovely. Okay, and then I'm starting to see some votes. Okay, so let me get us into our next sprint. Um, I'm gonna do a 30-minute sprint to make it slightly shorter so that we can potentially get 2 more sprints in. So hope everybody's okay with that. And our break between this sprint and the last sprint will be much shorter. So let me get the timer set up. Oh, this is perfect. It's already at 33 minutes, so I'm not going to change it. So we'll just go right from here. Enjoy the sprint, and I will see you when we get back. Okay, hello, come back in just a second because I just need to finish these last two paragraphs because this just got really just wait. Uh, 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 I don't even know what to say. That was okay. Well, I was reading hell of a book. Um, I moved my bookmark just now, so I don't know how many pages I just read. I think like 30 or something. And after the first 2 pages, I almost started crying because yeah, and there, if I wasn't coming back to you right now, I probably would have started crying. But this book is so interesting, and because one of the things that I forgot to mention is that in between going back and forth between this adult male character and this boy who may be him, but he may be imagining, and who knows, is there's also this constant theme going on in the background about some young black man getting shot. So this also covers like the Black Lives Matters movement and just all the shootings of young black men that have been happening. And yeah, it touches on a lot of things, and it's touching me partially because I have a son, and uh, yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. Okay, so coming back to the chat, I did ask people which book I should read next when I'm done with Hell of a Book, and these are the two choices. And let's see which one got the win. Okay, so I have Teresa is saying Dr. Zhivago. Angela is saying Doomsday is her vote. Sounds fun. If it's anything like the second book, it will be fun. John said Doomsday. Rita said Doomsday. MH says Doomsday book seems super interesting. Oh boy. Oh, Jamie's bringing in another pick for Zavago, but that's only two so far. Courtney's saying Doomsday. I know you guys are like more on the sci-fi fantasy side than classics, at least those who attend my reading sprints. Oh, voting Dr. Zhivago because I've been meaning to read it forever. Okay. And then Sophia, hello Sophia, you're new here, welcome. And you came from Dr. B's channel. Nice, love your channel so much already. Oh, thanks. And you're curious about Dr. Zvago, so it's got your vote. Okay. All right, it's coming a little closer. Oh, but here's another vote for the Doomsday book. Heather, yeah, Heather, I knew there would be at least one vote for Dr. Zvago. Okay, Courtney's got to head out. Bye, Courtney. Hope you had fun reading and be back later. I don't know if we'll still be here. Courtney says, hit the like button. Thank you, Courtney. Susan says, have to go. Have a good rest of the day. You too, Susan. And hello, Nikki Novels. Hello. Good day, Nicole. Listening to the rain and editing. Ugh, I love the sound of rain. I absolutely love it. And Jamie says, wow, that book must be really good. It is really good, Jamie. I am shocked. I had, you know how things can be on BookTube. I did hear a lot about it on BookTube a couple years ago when it came out, and especially after it won the National Book Award. But to me, it just seemed like, is this going to be really hyped? And me and literary fiction don't always get along. This does not feel like literary fiction. It reads very much, I would say, like contemporary fiction, but the topics are deep, and the plot feels a bit more like literary fiction in terms of it's not completely linear, but it all makes sense, and it's yeah, it's great. I'm loving it. Christina says she has about 20 minutes left in this book. Yes, we are doing another sprint. We will be doing one more sprint for another 30 minutes. MH said she made it 32% of Rhapsodic. So far, so good. Great. You're doing well. Jamie said she made it to 75% in her audiobook. Nikki said got to 69% of Nine Perfect Strangers. Great. And then Brittany said 24% into icebreakers. Nice. We're all getting some good reading done today, guys. I love this. Jamie said sounds powerful, putting it on my list. It is a very powerful book. It's also about publishing in the publishing world. And I've said it's about so many things that I feel like it would almost sound like it's too many things, but it's not. He ties them together really well. And if any of those topics, like, and this is why I'm like, I'm totally rereading this book already, because there's so many things that he's talking about that I want to think about more and study just those things. So it's definitely a book that I think the themes are probably the most important parts of the book. John said made it to chapter 66 and like it. Hope you like it. If you read it, it feels like a middle grade to really young YA. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I am really interested in reading it. So I've added it to my list. And Christina's saying hi to Nikki Novels. Mostly answered mail and started reading at the end. Hope to read more in this next sprint. Great. Shelby said, got through a big chunk of a project done for work, working from home because of the weather in my area. Well, great, Shelby. I'm glad. And hello. I don't think I've seen you say anything yet. I don't know if you've been here before, but welcome. Jimson said, oh, okay, I'm back. Yay. Got all the groceries put away and eat. Now I to see what happens to Achilles and uh Patroclus. No, I forget how to say his name. So I'm not going to, but you see it there. I did figure it out at one point. Probably because my husband told me because he actually learned Latin in school. Like not just to read it, like to speak it and everything. Um, got to 74%. Great, Kelly. Jimsto said the Trojan War is going to start soon. Oh boy. Okay. Yep. Yep. I totally know the point that you're out. Okay. And we already got to the end of the comments. Great. Because I wanted to get back into this next sprint quickly. So at the beginning of the sprint, I am going to post in here which one won. Maybe you guys were keeping track and already know. If you haven't voted, if you vote by the time I get back down to the bottom of the chats, and I will include your vote in the count. And I will let you guys know when we come back which one I will be reading. I'm super excited. Thank you for helping me pick. And then I will be going back to reading this book, which is like blowing my mind. Um, yeah, that's all I can say about it. So, yeah, so good. Okay, and Jim said, but just now realized that from my limited knowledge of Greek myths, Achilles dies. That's where Achilles' heels come from. No spoilers. That's just basic knowledge. Now that has you bumped. Yes, I would agree. I do feel like that's pretty basic knowledge that you do go into Song of Achilles knowing what's happened if you've heard Greek myths, which I do think is most people. Um, though you may, like Jimstone did, forget it before you go into the book, and then you go, oh no, how's that about to happen? So, and Teresa said she read a chapter in No Name, only 11% in. Oh my gosh, I loved No Name. It was so good. Keep reading. I, Teresa, I want to know what you think after the parents come back and everything. Yeah, I can't even say because it's a major spoiler, but just enjoy. Okay, let's get into this reading sprint. So hopefully Teresa can read that and then let me know. All right, so this is just going to be a quick 30 minutes one. This is going to be our last sprint. So before I do that, let me put up that banner. So I have had a ton of fun. This will be another quick sprint. Then we'll come back and chitter chat for a little bit, and then it will be sadly time for me to go. Um, Oops. I just took off all my comments there. All right, there we go. Okay. I feel like a noob every time I try and go and do this. Okay. Let me share my screen now. I'm going to reset our timer. Oh, I got to change the time. Sorry, I forgot about that. We're just going to do a quick 30-minute sprint. There we go. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Let me know how you did on that last sprint. Mine went really well. I'm really enjoying this book. I can't say enough. I got another 20 pages down. So many things to think about. It's rare that a book can both make me laugh out loud at one part of it and make me cry at another or want to cry at another. And this is definitely doing that. I think the last book that I've had that experience with is either something by Wilkie Collins, because he can make me laugh out loud in one part of his book and cry in another. Charles Dickens is probably the only author I've read who has made me sob and then cry in the middle of sobbing. So, uh, no, I said that wrong. I sobbed and then I laughed in the middle of sobbing. Like I literally felt both emotions very strongly, like funny, laughing out loud while sobbing and crying over what was going on. So, yeah. Anyway, so Jason Mott, hell of a book. It's a hell of a book. Read it. I'm loving it. I'm looking forward to reviewing it. So I did go back and I did count in the thing, and by one vote, guys, unless I counted wrong, by one vote, you guys chose Doomsday Book. So I will say this, if this reads as fast as I think it's going to, and I finish it before the month is over, and I think I have enough time left, very, very slim chance of this, then my next book would be Dr. Zhivago. But if it doesn't make it this month, it's just going to have to go back on the shelf. Because believe it or not, I've already done my February TBR video. I do them super early because I filmed my first one like half a month before I started my channel. And so, yeah, I can't wait more than a month to play my game again. So you see, I'm already having to play it every month, so I've got to figure that out. Anyway, so when I finish Hell of a Book, I'll be starting the Doomsday Book. So you'll have to watch my currently reading videos to see how that goes. So let me go to the chat and see how you guys did during this sprint. Um, I'm going to go ahead and take off this last sprint banner because that always confuses me if I come to people's channel. I'm like, are we going into the last sprint? Did we finish the last one? What's happening? Okay. Oh yeah, and if you didn't see it, MH did remind us to stay hydrated, take a stretch, water break, all that good stuff. I will say if you ever see my camera go off, that's usually what I'm doing is getting up and wandering around. And I find that very distracting when I can see other people do that. So I try to put my camera off when I go and do that. But do go and stretch and walk around. I try to do that when I'm watching other people's sprints. I'll get up and stand and walk around during the chat part because I watch on a laptop or my phone, so it's easy to move with that. And then I sit and read during the sprints. So, but obviously, since I'm talking to you guys, like, what kind of seasickness would that be if I was walking around with my laptop right now? Anyway, oh, Storm, I'm sorry you missed the chat. I'm assuming you missed the chat because you were here earlier. I do that all the time where like something will happen and then I miss the whole chat. And Made with Books said, have to head off early. Thanks for the sprint. You're very welcome. Hope to see you again. Hope you enjoyed and enjoy your reading and the rest of your day. Leisha said, thanks for the morning sprints. You're welcome. And MH said, made it to 40%. Okay, you're almost halfway through the book. Great. And Jaleesa said, made it to 30%. Nice. We're all making good progress. Yay, Christina, you finished your book. Great. How did you like it? How did it end? I'm assuming this was Misery that you finished, right? Or no? Were you still reading Misery at the beginning? I feel like I keep seeing you saying finishing Misery, so I'm assuming. And Storm said she was editing a video as you were behind and had to put this one up yesterday. Oh, okay, well, did you finish editing your video at least, Storm? Because that would be good. That would be worth it. Thanks for the sprint. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You too, Christina. Oh, John got no reading done that sprint. That's okay, John. That happens to us, and it's like lunchtime or past lunchtime. John, I did miss one thing. What was the name of the X-Men graphic novel that you mentioned? I think it was the one that you said you hadn't read but was really good. Oh, and I also need to write down the bottom. John, you're becoming like the source of a whole bunch of book recommendations for me. The Body. We read very different authors, but I think we like the same things in our books. And Jimstone said, thanks for the sprints. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for joining. Jamie said, almost finished my sewing project and I'm at 76% in the breath of snow and ashes. Yay! You might finish two things today. That's what it sounded like to me. Nikki said, got to 74% in your book that sprint. Nice. You're almost done. Christina said, hey, Storm. And there are two storms, aren't there? This is just occurring to me because I'm going to have to go back and look. But I'm pretty sure there's two different storms I see in sprints. Jim Stone says 43% of Song of Achilles. I feel so bad for the women in this book, but I get that's how it was. Still loving the story. Yep. You know, there is it 1,000 ships that I think is the Trojan War, but from the women's perspectives? I think that's what it is. And if so, my son's reading that right now for school. But if you like Song of Achilles and that sort of genre, I've heard 1,000 Ships is really good, and he seems to be liking it. Christina said, loved it. Oh, that's right. Salt and Broom. You finished. Okay, you did finish Misery yesterday. That's what I thought. And I was like, wait, that wasn't it. Okay, and you loved Salt and Broom. Okay, adding that to my list. Oh, I have it on there. And Brittany finished all of your thumbnails for the week and edited some roll. Oh, B-roll. I'm thinking like, what kind of food is that? And how do you edit it, Brittany? I think I'm still hungry. But yay, Brittany, you got a lot done. Jaleesa said, thanks for the sprint, Nicole. Always a good time. You're very welcome, Jaleesa. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. John, mine is of Mice and Men. Oh, what did I think you were reading, John? I don't know what I thought you were reading. X-Men, God loves, man kills. Gotcha. God loves, man kills. Okay, and it's by Chris Claremont. I'm not coming back to this in later, so writing it down now. Excuse me. I won't quote you on the author name. I'll look it up. And Storm says, yes, there are two, which is weird. I usually don't run into someone with your name. Yes, yes. Okay, I'm figuring that out. Yep. Got it, Storm. All right. Okay, well, that is the last comment that I can see. I'll wait for a fraction of a second because I know then sometimes there's like a delay and more come up. But thank you guys for joining me. So that was our last sprint. We are done for today, but I am here now every what is today? Monday morning at 9 o'clock. So I will see you next morning if you're around. I'm generally trying to do 9 to 2. I may start trying to do a little bit earlier because I am unfortunately a fairly early morning person. So I may start coming on closer to 8:30, but no promises because I will definitely be up and ready to go by 9, if not before then. So we'll see. But have a great day, everyone. Enjoy, get lots of reading in this week, and hope the snow and ice and cold don't keep you from doing the things you love and need to do. And I will just read the rest of the little chat that I see coming through. And I will probably see you around on other sprints today or this week. So Heather says, thanks for the sprint. Hope to see you next week. And I will give you my final review of East of Eden. Sounds good, Heather. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on that. So do share. And feel free, anybody else, to share when you finish books, whether you've mentioned them on a sprint before or not. Thanks for so much for the sprints. You're welcome, Jamie. And I mean, yes, thank you for coming. Angela, you're welcome. Thanks for coming. Don't forget to hit the like button, everybody. Oh, thank you, Angela. All right, I will respond to any other sprints that or any other comments I see on YouTube, but leave a comment below. Thanks for coming. Have a great day, everybody. You too, Nikki. And I will see you guys next time. Bye.